Slip into the cozy embrace of tonight's collection of snowy bedtime stories designed to help you fall asleep with ease. Someone once said, "Snow falling on a silent night holds more wonder than the stars themselves." Tonight we'll journey to Eternal Flame Falls, where the first snow mingles with the soft glow of a natural flame. Settling later in the night in a restored carriage house inn, we'll relive the nostalgic joy of a carefree snow day in the 1980s. Then we'll escape to a bucolic snowy island and spend the night in a seaside cottage. We'll sail through the icy waters on an Antarctica cruise, marveling at towering glaciers and endless horizons. Next we'll cozy up beneath the shimmering northern lights in a glass igloo nestled in the heart of the Laplands. We'll then travel through time to a snowy Victorian night where gas lamps flicker and snow-laden streets set the stage for timeless adventures. And last, we'll experience the electrifying wonder of Thundersnow at Hudson Manor, where a storm illuminates a stately manor in dazzling bursts. Each destination offers a unique snowy escape, inviting you to unwind and find peace at the end of your day. So close your eyes, let the snowy magic transport you, and dream of crisp winter air and dazzling snowflakes. It's time to dream away. Welcome to Michelle's Sanctuary. I am Michelle, and as you listen, think of me as an old trusted friend. Let my voice guide you to soothing escapes as I help you embrace the magical powers of your imagination. You get to decide how you wish to spend your final waking moments before waves of comfort usher you to sleep. This collection is here for you to modify however you like, changing details as we go, and letting go of my voice and welcoming sleep whenever it feels right. As we begin with a brief meditation to set the tone, imagine your room transforming into a magical snow globe. The world outside fades away, replaced by a soft shimmering glow. Snowflakes gently fall, each one a tiny sparkling crystal of wonder, swirling around you in a gentle dance. This snow globe offers a deep sense of safety and protection from anything that could interrupt your peace. In this place, you may let down your guard and embrace the quiet wonder of a snow day. Feel everything slowing down, starting with your breath as you surrender to the peaceful rhythm of the gently falling snow within your snow globe sanctuary. You have made it through another day and have the right to do whatever feels good as you see yourself tucked in bed in a dreamy abode within this globe. Feel your body getting heavier, sinking deeper into the support of your bed as you let out a sigh. With a sigh, you cast away every worry or concern. When you're ready, inhale slowly through your nose and imagine the crisp air carries the faint aroma of pine needles and the clean scent of freshly fallen snow. Expand your body, approaching this breath with kindness and not pushing yourself. You may yawn at the top of your breath if you like, and then let everything out in a sigh. Enjoy a few more rounds as every intake and out breath brings more peace. Tension dissipates as a fresh coating of snow arrives with a clean slate for dreaming. As you inhale, yawn, and sigh, you revel in the quiet beauty of your magical snow globe sanctuary, imagining the joys of a snow day, the soft crunch of snow beneath your boots, the cozy warmth of a fireside read. Your breath eases back into its natural rhythm, and with this newfound state of tranquility, it's time for the stories to begin. First Snow at Eternal Flame Falls. The transition from autumn to winter creates a special, indescribable feeling as you explore the trails of Chestnut Ridge Park. There's a sense of anticipation as the crisp air gives way to damp coolness. Slightly metallic, aromatic notes hint at snow, marrying the lingering autumnal perfume of sweet decay. Your breath is like a bridge between seasons, as each exhale condenses in a dreamy cloud. Not deep into the park, you encounter a deer lapping water from a babbling stream. Heavy rainfall throughout the fall brings promise that the waterfalls will be at their fullest. It's not uncommon for them to disappear in drier months. The animals of the woods, like you, can sense the arrival of snow. It permeates the air with a quiet stillness, as if everyone is hanging onto the last words of fall, awaiting the preview of what's to come. You walk on the trail, a fading tapestry of autumn unfolding beneath your every step. The leaves, once in blazing hues of red, orange, and gold, have aged into muted earth tones of copper, tawny brown, and yellow topaz. You dress comfortably in many layers that keep you warm while making it easy to navigate the more treacherous paths. You focus on each step, maintaining your balance as you walk over large pieces of shale, surrounded by moss and a perimeter of raspberry red mushrooms and wet leaves. The barren trees give a clear vista, so you may more easily anticipate the winding path, often obscured by the lush foliage of other seasons. The trail snakes through a cathedral of trees, their branches forming a natural archway that gives way to bleak skies. The twisting, leafless branches showcase birds' nests now vulnerable and no longer concealed by leaves. But many of the residents have long ago left for warmer climates. In the depths of winter, the sloping terrain of limestone rock, glacial sand, and shale attracts skiers and snowboarders to remote parts of the woods. A drainage system of creeks continues to carve the land, and you follow Shale Creek to the falls. As you traverse this leaf-strewn path, you feel grounded by the beauty and connection with every sensory experience. Wisps of white gracefully continue a procession in the sky, signaling the arrival of snow. The distant murmurs of a waterfall grow louder, letting you know you are heading in the right direction. It's easier to trust yourself here. The lack of distractions and the pureness of the experience enhance your intuition. The comforting reminders of changing seasons never grow old or seem to fade. The living gallery of autumnal hues brings a deep sense of awe in some. But for those who prefer other seasons, there's a reassuring promise that each one will pass in time. The air is charged with anticipation, and this palpable energy leads you to the eternal flame falls. A part of you wonders what it must have been like thousands of years prior, long before science could explain the phenomenon of the falls. It must have been a spiritual voyage, a magical display where earth, wind, water, and fire showcase their powers. Even with an explanation, the idea that all these elements have aligned to create the eternal flame is enough to make you wonder, what other gifts does nature have in store? The trail gets more narrow and steep in its descent, and you balance as your hands grip the smooth bark of trees along the way. A transfer of energy between these trees and your palms grounds you, and no matter how silly it may seem to a critical mind, you can feel the energy of the forest. You feel the vibrations of the earth the closer you get to the falls. The nippy air smarts your nose, and when you focus, you can see miniature droplets of water in the air, smaller than the tip of a fine sewing needle. Thoughts dance through your mind, becoming fewer and far between as you become calmer and entranced by nature. You find yourself contemplating the fleeting beauty of autumn a season in transition, mirroring the ever-changing nature of life. Connected with the present moment, you eagerly look forward to each unexpected encounter to come, knowing that you are a guest in a sacred place. The newness of this experience creates new pathways in your brain, taking you out of the ruts of repetitive thinking. As you continue down the trail, a flurry of activity catches your eye. A black squirrel, sleek and nimble, barrels up a nearby barren tree, its fluffy tail a whirlwind of motion. It hops along the skeletal branches, its belly big in preparation for winter. Other woodland creatures make brief appearances. A flash of feathers as a bird takes flight. The rustle of unseen critters in the underbrush. Inspired to turn over a rock along the way, you discover a spotted salamander. The blue-black creature with banana yellow spots will soon be hard to find as it becomes dormant in the winter months. You revel in this chance to experience nature long after the human crowds have disappeared and the animals are free to come out of their habitats uninterrupted. As you arrive at a summit, you encounter a sleeping bat, smaller than a deck of cards. Its dark brown velvety body blends into the tree, looking more like a cocoon than a living being. The scent of damp earth mingles with the cool breeze, and the trail inspires a childlike curiosity, transforming a walk that could be mundane to some, but to you becomes a spiritual experience. You explore the rich palette of sensations in this mystical labyrinth, taking in the rich smells and viewing the shades of gray and white overhead that contrast the false shades of the earth's carpet. You encounter a sodden area of the woods, full of puddles and wet mud, and examine a natural bridge formed by a fallen tree, testing it first with your hands before crossing. A playful moment ensues as you hop across the frayed bark, determining it to be safe. You enjoy a spontaneous and unexpected laugh as you make it to the other side. As you approach the falls, you encounter the mist of the 30-foot cascade of water The water flows down 2 tiers of shale. The top half is narrow, pouring downward 8 feet before the cascade doubles in width. The earth is too warm for the water to freeze, but come a month's time, the harshness of winter will create an ice crystal display should the water remain. Only a rainy year could allow for the waterfall to carry on into year's end, as often the cascading water only appears in spring and early summer. A web of exposed tree roots grips the earth, twisting down the jagged terrain. Leaves scatter across the shiny shale, resembling yellow and orange polka dots. The colors stand out against the bleakness of the sky and the lustrous black rocks. The sulfurous smell of natural gas infuses with the mineral notes of the pristine mist, the minty freshness of evergreens, and the fresh scent of impending snow. You descend a wide slab of shale and stand close to the waterfall. It takes some time before the fire reveals itself, surprising you to encounter the orange gold flame dancing behind the silvery water. Fueled by the seeping gas, in the hollowed-out chamber, it burns brightly with resilience. The winds pick up, yet the flame remains protected behind the cascade of misty water, barely changing its motion in the shimmering cave. Witnessing the flames burn gives a sense of safety, as you imagine being tucked within the cavernous dwelling, sitting warmed by the fire. It offers a glimpse into lives long ago, seeking shelter in caves and making homes out of available resources. From certain angles, the light creates prismatic displays in the constant flowing water as it trickles down the moss-covered rocks. You feel the mist on your face and soon realize the mist is joined by melting snowflakes. For a moment, you imagine Mother Nature waving a slender wand like a conductor, orchestrating the first snowfall of the season. Snow clouds, in a pregnant transition into winter, release their flurries upon the scene. Slowly they fall, big and lace-like, landing on your shoulders and extended open palms. They dissolve in the waterfall, lasting but a moment more on the shale before melting. And you get lost in a contemplative splendor as your attention travels from the descending snow crystals to the mist, the waterfall, and the persistent flame. You navigate your way closer to the fire, balancing on the rocks to bend down and watch the flame. There may be hundreds of eternal flames around the world, many of them human-made creations used as a place for worship or reflection. But despite some explanations, aspects of this eternal flame remain a mystery to scientists. The rocks are slightly warm, but not nearly as hot as scientists would expect. And even to the most brilliant minds, it's hard to explain in full detail how this flame is constantly fed. From a distance, the flame appears more like the ignited wick of an antique glass lantern nestled behind the cascade. But upon getting closer, the flame reveals itself to be grander, more mesmerizing and inspiring. The snow falls gently around you, and you feel as if you are in a magical snow globe, or perhaps even in a dream, out of time. Nothing before or after matters. You simply revel in the delight of this magical setting, watching the flickering flames and misty cascade. And a part of you understands that the future flames you will encounter will always bring you back to this mystical moment in nature. You feel empowered to make a wish, casting it on the eternal flame, hoping this dream is as perpetually nourished through time. The air becomes cooler. The snow continues to steadily fall, leaving a scant trace on the branches and dissolving into the earth. Unaware of the time, you elect to hike back up the trail before darkness cloaks the woods. The rocks are slippery as you ascend, yet somehow easier to navigate than when you were coming down. As so often is the case, the return is quicker. perhaps devoid of the anticipation you felt when searching for the falls. The trees now seem familiar, guiding you along the creek. The animals are now tucked in their warm dens, nests, and hollows. You return to the park's entrance and find your car. Once inside, the heat fills the vehicle quickly, and the wipers cast away the large flurries as you return to the historic carriage house. You drive the weaving highway below the canopy of cedar and pine trees coated in snow. A fairy tale setting, the drive reminds you of holiday tales and stories of Red Riding Hood. On the fray of the village is a 19th century carriage house perched atop a stream where horses would once sip on the cool water. You come upon the stone gate around the property and enter the amber-lit driveway that snakes around emerald knolls dappled with leaves and pine cones. The snow begins to stick in uneven patches on the grass and gate. Darkness takes hold, and you understand the sun must have set, even though it disappeared hours ago behind the snow clouds. White twinkling lights drape around the entrance to the carriage house, and the blue spruce trees in the front yard. You park the car and step out, this time feeling the magic of winter in the air, sensing the temperature has dropped significantly since leaving the park. The carriage house was remodeled into an elegant home decades back, preserving the details of the past while updating it with modern amenities. You follow the stone path to the entrance, where you are met by the caretaker of the property. Her name is Alice, and she offers help in removing your coat and scarf before hanging them onto the coat hook in the grand foyer. The ceilings in each rooms have unique designs, particularly in the main living area, where stables once housed horses. Other rooms on the first floor served as storage for carriages and buggies, but now boast a farmhouse-style kitchen and Alice's suite. Alice offers to bring a bite to eat and a hot beverage as you settle on a tufted emerald sofa by a roaring fire in the stone fireplace. floor-to-ceiling multi-paned windows line the opposing wall, each small pane framed by black metal. Snow blows against the glass with soft taps as the glass fogs up. The fire crackles and pops as sparks shoot up the shaft. You lean into the soft satin throw pillows. It feels like home, a special place that you have visited before and come back to at will, if only on the trails of dreams. Reclaimed wood sconces hang on the stone wall where flickering candles cast a warm glow on the rich jewel tones of the room. The carriage house is rustic and elegant at the same time. Ebony silk wallpaper with a floral texture adorns the top half of the wall opposite the fire. The textured paper brings a luxurious backdrop above ivory wainscoting that rises halfway up the wall from the herringbone walnut floor. Alice enters with a silver tray with an array of warm, savory treats and your favorite hot drink. The silverware clinks softly as Alice arranges the delights on an old trunk transformed into a coffee table. You thank her, and she smiles softly. Her long silver hair is as thick as a horse's tail, tucked behind her ears and gathered in a thick braid that runs down her back. Her eyes are warm and kind, radiating the energy of a beloved grandmother or fairy godmother. You savor each carefully made indulgence, luxuriating in the timeless comfort of this transformed space. As you enjoy the delectable treats, you gaze into the flames, their warmth a reflection of the eternal flame that once captivated you behind the waterfall. The memories of that enchanting sight mingle with the coziness of the room, creating a sense of connection between the past and the present. You catch a glimpse of a sepia-toned picture on the mantel, a snapshot frozen in time. The image was taken at some point in the late 19th century, and you can imagine the photographer trekking down the challenging terrain with bulky equipment in tow. The image was taken around the same time that towns sprout up around the falls. It tells a silent story of the flame's enduring presence, a blurry flash of light behind the falls. As the evening unfolds, a gentle weariness settles over you, the fatigue a testament to a day well lived. Alice returns to collect the tray, asking if you need anything else. You express that all you need is sleep, and she wishes you the sweetest of dreams. You rise and walk down the window-lined hall to white stairs that lead to the second-floor bedrooms. With each step, the anticipation of solitude grows, and you find yourself slowly walking up the hushed creak of the stairs, your only accomplice. The second floor welcomes you with old-world charm and the allure of antiquity. For nearly 100 years, it was a place where the caretaker of the horses resided. The walls are painted a crisp white, and dim Edison lights glow within sconces that once housed gas lights. You enter the double doors of the main bedroom. This haven of tranquility is a blend of rustic farmhouse decor and charming antiques. The air carries a comforting scent, a fusion of aged wood and the subtle fragrance of cinnamon sticks and nutmeg. Your belongings are arranged neatly atop an ebony dresser with hand-painted gold scrolls. You gather your pajamas and head to the ensuite to enjoy a shower and soothe your muscles from the hike. You light candles arranged atop the marble vanity as snow falls on skylights overhead. You pull back the glass shower door to turn on the antique handles for the shower. Steam fills the room when you step into the tub, reveling in the hot massage of the water. You watch the steam ascend towards the flurries that fall on the glass window overhead. Delighted to be indoors, lingering in the shower a bit longer than you normally would. Once done, you towel off in one of the thickest cream towels you've ever encountered, inhaling the fresh scent of the clean linen as you dry your face and hair. You change into your bedclothes and brush your teeth. Then blow out the candles and return to the bedroom. The majestic 4-poster bed is against the windows, where frost forms on the panes. You look at the frosty designs for a moment, and the blanket of fresh snow that coats the lawn before drawing the thick curtains closed. As the first snowstorm of the season intensifies and the howling winds whip around the carriage house, your head sinks into the marshmallow pillows covered in silk cases. You sink into the 4-poster bed, your tired muscles delightfully and softly burning from the day's endeavors. Surrender to the luxurious comfort, a reward for the journey thus far. Outside, the snow continues its rhythmic dance on the skylights, a lullaby of nature that serenades you to sleep. In the backdrop of your mind, the eternal flame dances, a comforting presence that transcends the physical realm. The patter of snowflakes accompanies your descent into a peaceful slumber as you give in to its call. And with your eyes closed, the warmth of the room, the softness of the bed, and the sound of snowfall tranquilize you. The eternal flame's glow flickers in the recesses of your mind, ready to ignite the dreams of the night. As you drift, letting go of consciousness and welcoming the restoration to come. And you may let yourself float into dreams or wander into the embrace of the next snowy tale. Snowy Island Dreams. There are places one may go that offer a season of new beginnings. Sometimes these gifts come by choice, sometimes by surprise. The Barrier Island is a quiet refuge free of cars and modern noise. And it is a place where people often find themselves rediscovering their desires in the quietude of nature. Come wintertime, the animals in the island woodlands far outnumber the human visitors. They set the tone for the Barrier Island, hibernating and slowing down in a state of rest that human visitors long to replicate for themselves. You set out on this escape with a singular mission to find peace and connect with the magical chambers of your mind. Somehow, deep down, you know that a snowy day in a cozy cottage will help you connect with your intuition and imagine the changes you would like to experience in your life. The barrier island is known to be a place for dreaming, visited by some of the most creative minds looking for insights and guidance. And you hope to get a new glimpse into your dreaming life to guide you towards your waking dreams. You walk on a snow-dusted concrete pier that leads to the last ferry departure of the day. The sky is elephant gray, with low-lying silvery gray clouds that hover just above the crashing waves of the bay. The sun peeks out from behind the clouds in brief intervals as it descends toward the horizon. Dusk will soon approach. The daylight hours are the shortest of the year, and the darkness makes you long to hunker down and sleep more than usual. Nature gives you permission this time of year to revel indoors with quiet moments by a fire. As you walk on the pier, saltwater mist lands on your lips. A soft scarf wraps around your neck and chin, keeping you warm. The perfume of the salty water is more subtle in the cold, particularly in the harbor. Its rich and heady, fertile aromatics are but a distant dream that will come with the return of summer, when crabs and seaweed scatter the shore. You are but one of a handful of passengers that board the ferry, a much more modest and smaller vessel than the one that transports visitors during the high season. These winter travelers like you long for the peaceful magic found on a quiet island. The sounds of music, jovial conversations, and clanking dishes travel from a harbor view restaurant bustling with patrons. White and blue holiday lights surround the trim of the rustic dwelling with shake siding. And while the mood there is celebratory and bright, part of you becomes relieved in knowing that you have a cozier night ahead. Away from the noise and distraction of others, you can reassess what is right for you. You are able to put your needs first. You walk slowly up the squeaky silver ramp to the ferry that glistens with pearly droplets from melted snow. Silky blue-gray waves lap against the glistening white metal side of the boat and the pier. Beyond the harbor, white crests of breaking waves blend with the gently falling white snow. With each lapping wave, the ferry gently rocks back and forth and back and forth. The final passenger boards with his black Labrador retriever. The friendly dog wags his tail when your eyes meet. His shiny ebony coat is speckled with oversized white snowflakes that the pup shakes off before curling up comfortably at his owner's feet. he is a well-traveled dog. The captain loosens ropes tied around the wooden beams of the dock with the help of a college-aged deckhand on her winter break. The two have a camaraderie honed over many summers spent running the ferry together. Their eyes sparkle with a glint of intrigue brought on by the weather and wintry beauty that casts the mainland and water in powdery snow. Your body just relaxes, and your mind is at ease as you let go. You feel a deep sense of trust on this journey, and the sensation is enhanced by the confidence instilled by the crew. You feel part of a secret world, known well by seafarers, carrying on in centuries of tradition. In this moment, you deeply understand the calling of the sea as you long to be swept away into a new experience. Your trust helps you to go with the flow, knowing that everything has been taken care of. And all you need to do is appreciate the journey to your cottage on the Bucolic Island. You inhale deeply, noticing how the clean, metallic smell of fresh snow mingles with the briny air. The ferry slowly travels through the shallow waters of the inlet and picks up pace once it is beyond the shoreline. The whistling winds trill like flutes, the perfect accompaniment to the whispers of the ocean. The ferry creaks from time to time, like a stray violin solo joining nature's orchestra. You huddle by an old radiator between the windows and benches that clanks with the promise of warmth. Your feet become toasty as the rubber soles of your boots retain the hot air. The radiator makes the air as hot and arid as the desert in summer. A window is slightly cracked open. Its frame is aged to the point that it cannot close completely. This allows for the brisk winter air to break through and offer a pleasant contrast. The ferry travels across the bay, continuing to rock and lull you. Conversations between passengers are cordial, yet buried beneath the hum of the engine. Golden lights twinkle on the dock of the barrier island, and their light cuts through the misty air and falling snow. You notice a single bird that is not left for the winter, as it soars before the boat, as if leading it to the pier. The captain turns off the engine, and the vessel slows down, floating on the waves that lead it into the harbor. Much unlike life on the mainland, the small general store and restaurants and businesses are closed for the season. 3 deer stand near the pier, curiously watching as the ferry docks. The snow begins to stick, unevenly coating the wooden planks of the pier with a dusting of white. The headlights of the ferry reflect on the flakes that become iridescent in their brilliance. Once secure, the ferry captain opens the metal sliding door. His ruddy face offers a gentle smile as he extends a strong hand to assist the few passengers off the boat. As you step into the snowy night, the air smells different in this harbor. The perfume of pine trees brings a sweetness to the damp air. You walk into the snowy oasis and wish your fellow passengers a good night. Though strangers, you all enjoy this shared moment of wintry beauty on this mystical night on the bay. The black lab and his owner race off towards their home, leaving a set of footprints and paw prints in their wake. Chunky snowflakes fall on your face and lashes. You feel grateful for your warm winter boots and puffy parka that wraps around you like a sleeping bag. You walk through the darkness, guided by footlights on a wooden pathway that winds through the woodlands and past quaint cabins and homes. Most are closed for the winter. In the absence of their owners, foxes, deer, and rabbits come out to forage through abandoned gardens on the properties. The wind massages your back as you continue to walk. This enchanted barrier island conjures thoughts of fairy tales, of Snow White and her cottage in the woods. The wooden pathway rises many feet above the forest floor, and some animals find shelter beneath its protection. You follow the snow-dusted planks from the harbor side to the seaside where your cottage awaits. As you inhale the cool, briny air, you hear the gentle ocean sounds in the distance. You take in these last moments of freedom before the storm encourages you to hibernate for the night. The blanket of snow on the path thickens the closer you get to the beach. You spot the hoof prints of a deer and decide to follow them towards the ocean. You see the deer below the boardwalk, having jumped from the pathway to the rolling dunes that lead to the sapphire ocean. This time of year, the animals that remain on the island are your only neighbors. The other passengers are on the other side of the island. You watch the young doe as her breath condenses, and she curiously moves closer. She is unafraid of you, and you feel good being considered trustworthy. Snowflakes gather on her thick black lashes, and her reflective eyes pour into yours. You bond with her in this beautiful moment on the snowy island. And in doing so, you feel as though you are further bonding with nature and the barrier island. She looks at the ocean and back at you, as if inviting you to follow. At first, you don't understand or fully believe it, until she begins to walk and then stops to turn around again. You decide to follow her, choosing to walk the frozen sand to your cottage in lieu of the man-made walkway. Once confident that you are following her, the deer prances through the ice-covered seagrass and breaks out into a run as her hooves land on the sand. You remove a small lantern from your bag, and the light reflects on the wet caramel-hued sand and patches of untouched snow. The snow crunches beneath your feet, and your rugged soles make it easy to maintain your balance as you descend the stairs to the beach. Hearing the ocean crash against the shore soothes you. You feel a sense of relief and bliss. This solitude has been something you have been seeking, and here it is, all for you. The smell of the pine trees around you feels festive. The air is so very clean and fresh. You close your eyes and inhale and exhale, paying attention to every sensation at this moment. You open your eyes and watch the young deer playfully run up and down the beach with a burst of spontaneous energy. The wind causes your scarf to billow, and you start to run as well. You savor each breath through your nose, feeling the air warm before it arrives in your throat and lungs. You feel more alive than you have felt in some time. And you begin to laugh at the silliness of this moment. Silly only because there is a certain threshold society imposed that you crossed. On the barrier island, it's okay to be carefree and childlike and do things for the sake of fun. Far away from societal rules and norms, you feel free to express yourself in the ways that most children do before they are taught otherwise. The doe gets the closest she has since your encounter and parades around you one last time. Her eyes smile. Your lips turn up in response as big snowflakes melt on them, and you say goodnight. She darts down the beach in the opposite direction to return to her den for the night. The sky darkens into a palette of purple blue as translucent gray clouds ride on the wind. As you walk across the sand and snow, you see where the drifts of sand are now blending with drifts of snow. The golden sand and dancing white snow put on a show. You feel as if you are inside a snow globe. Glittery snow crystals cover the swaying mint green beach grass, and you run out onto the sand, feeling your lungs fill with the cold air. You feel inspired to run and jump on the drifts of snow and sand. The ocean is an endless aqua gray behind you, and large waves crash into the sand. You walk fast and then jog in the sense of newly found freedom. No one is watching, and you may exert all your energy in this mind-tingling experience of feeling fully alive. You spin with your arms outstretched toward the sky. You taste the clean snow on your tongue. You cannot help but smile in gratitude as you appreciate that this is all yours. Laughter escapes from your snow-kissed lips because you feel so good. If you wanted, you could fall into the snow and make a snow angel. Or you could continue to run up and down the drifts. Whatever you most desire is what you do right now. You come to a set of stairs that lead to your cottage and stop to catch your breath. Every exhalation condenses on the air in mystical puffs. Despite the coolness, you feel warm from the inside out. You watch the waves crash into the shore and imagine how wonderful it must have felt for seafarers returning home from long voyages as they came upon this island. The stormy water is full of whitecaps. In communion with the incoming storm, the sea becomes turbulent. You feel reverent as you rise, and also ready to head home as complacent tiredness takes over. Your body feels heavier with each step as you ascend them to the boardwalk. You count the steps as you go. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. You arrive at the wooden walkway and turn right. The snow falls heavier, and the wind creates small cyclones on the earth. You walk a few paces before encountering the familiar hand-painted sign that bears your name and welcomes you home. Pine trees and cattails form a canopy around the path that leads to your front door. Nestled within the wooded area is a rustic cottage. The wood siding has been weathered by time, sunlight, and the sea. The sky is now a shade of plum black, and you have arrived at the cottage just in time. You follow a mulch path to the front of your home. The front door is whimsical and contains a vibrant stained glass window that takes up half of the door. The glass pieces are a kaleidoscope in your favorite colors. Frost covers the perimeter of the window. You shake the snow off your boots and dust white flakes off your coat before you bend down to retrieve logs and kindling stored in a box beneath the roof of a wraparound porch. You open the door and set the wood on the ceramic tiled floor of the foyer. You take off your winter layers and slip your feet out of your boots and socks. You bury your cool toes into plush slippers that offer pillowy warmth. You gather the wood and walk into the dimly lit living room. The ceiling is high and expansive in this beach cottage. The walls and crossbeams are a shade of linen white. In places around the room, floor-to-ceiling windows and sliding glass doors look out onto the surrounding woods and beach. You are always connected with nature inside the cottage. Photos of you enjoying the beach at different stages of life hang on the walls and sit in frames atop antique side tables and a mantel. They depict you as a child in the sand on a hot summer day. Black and white photos capture you laughing with those you love. Friends, family, pets, whoever has made you most happy. This cottage is the keeper of your happiest moments. It is a haven where you reflect on the simple pleasures that have given you joy. And in this space for gratitude, you feel empowered to envision more dreams for the future. Mementos and items collected from the beach sit on the sills of bay windows that look out on the snow falling on the beach and the ocean behind the house. A few luxurious throw pillows are scattered in one of the windows, where you often sit and write or read or enjoy your favorite drink. You peer out into the darkness to see the reflective water as ocean waves crash on the frozen earth. Sparkling snowflakes create a thick white fog as they come together, swept on an ocean breeze. Soon the storm will bring whiteout conditions, but by then you will be peacefully asleep, dreaming through the storm. You relish feeling so warm and cozy inside as the wind rustles the pine branches and whips around the cottage. You carry the kindling and logs to the opposite side of the room, to a fireplace adorned with a mosaic of pearly white seashells. You remove a lighter from a box made of driftwood and ignite the dry kindling with ease. You sit on the floor until the flames grow and add a log. With little effort, the flames kiss the soot-dusted fireplace and illuminate the room in honeyed light, warming you as the wood crackles and embers fly up the chimney. You stand and light a soothing candle atop the mantel that fills the air with a perfume of eucalyptus. The soporific natural oil blends perfectly with the sweet aromatics of burning wood. Feeling so tired and heavy, you drag yourself to an oversized plush sofa. The soft lighting of the fire and the warm-colored glass lamps around the room make for an inviting time to rest. You wrap a turquoise chenille blanket around your body and sink your head into your favorite throw pillow. You feel safe and cozy indoors as the storm increases in intensity outside, and you bask in the glow of the fire, feeling wistful and dreamy, feeling connected to all the people who came before you and habitually sought warmth by a fire. You peer at the hypnotic flames and shadows that dance on the walls, lulling you with the same sense of serenity that you experienced watching the waves roll in. Your heart rate slows to the lowest beats per minute it has been in some time. You feel your body slowing down, down, down as you let go. Your eyes are so tired that your lids feel like heavy sandbags when they close shut. You pull the velvety blanket up to your chin and snuggle. A tingling sensation brought on by bliss and serenity radiates from the tips of your warm toes to the crown of your head. Breathing in and breathing out, letting go right now. Every part of your being recognizes how wonderful it is to be right here. To be in this relaxed body, in this dream-like refuge that is all for you. And as you relax further, you let yourself go deeper and deeper within. You examine and take note of all the space between your joints and relaxed muscles. You feel good. You go deeper and deeper within to the most important parts of you, to the place where your very essence thrives in stillness. You feel in alignment with the best parts of being you and being human. Any time in your waking life when you need respite, you can return to this memory and this special experience in the beach cottage on a snowy barrier island. In the heart of this room is where your calm exists. The wind and snow continue their dance. The ocean crashes against the shore. The sea just continues to do what it does. No matter what storm comes along, it keeps its rhythm. This continuity of being is something that exists within you as well. Like the sea, you can withstand the storms of your life and still be true to your nature and your authentic self. You have a purpose in this life, and right now your purpose is to let go. You are doing all you need to do using your inner compass to guide you. And right now you are guided deeper and deeper down to sleep, towards ease, towards repose, as you feel calm in the heart of the storm, knowing the storm will pass and that nothing lasts forever. Finding surrender. If anyone were to witness this moment, or you were to rise above and peer into the scene from the outside looking in, you would see the relaxed face of a person who is so deeply content. Everything about this moment is soft and comforting as you approach the snow-dusted bridge to your sleeping life. One step at a time, one breath at a time, you are closer and closer to a night of deep, healing sleep as you let go, as you dream the dreams you are meant to dream on this island of enchantment. Drift into peaceful sleep or follow the whispers of falling snow into the next sleepy story. The Snow Day. Snow is a magical thing when encountered for the first time. And while most of us may not remember our first snow, and some of us may have yet to experience it, we may live on vicariously through watching children and animals experience it for the first time. For some, the joy and excitement continue throughout a lifetime. Even an old dog may bury its nose in a sparkling snowdrift and run around in unexpected bursts of youthful energy, as if rejuvenated and renewed by winter's magic. They become a puppy once again. In the village of Honeybrook, on a January night in 1986, children go to bed anticipating a snow day. Some dare to skip their homework as their tiny inner compasses sound off in whispers that school will be canceled come morning. The enchantment of a snow day is rooted in its spontaneous nature, an unexpected holiday speckled within a weekly routine of mundanity. They awaken in the morning to mounds of untouched snow, and confirmation that they are in tune with their intuition and the workings of Mother Nature. The 1980s represent a vibrant time where it's okay to celebrate the diverse array of human emotions through songs and pop culture. It's okay to be a little cheesy if it feels okay. Rock ballads and happy pop tunes range from sentimental to absurd. Sitcoms and shows sell family values and tug at heartstrings, balancing silly hijinks with life lessons and powerful bonds. and the anticipation of a quickly evolving digital age teems with excitement in an era that still makes it easy to completely disconnect. And there is beauty and respite in disconnection from technology, particularly on a snow day. You find yourself tucked in a warm bed in the early hours of a snowy morning. The curtains are drawn, and the room is illuminated by the soft amber glow of an alarm clock radio. You awaken a few minutes before the alarm sounds, and you turn it off with a sense of ease. It always feels nice to wake up on your own rather than to the startling beep stirring you from morning dreams. The console of the clock is made of wood, and you run your hand across the smooth grains and find the knob to turn on the radio. Soft static accompanies the voice of a radio announcer from a local station who informs listeners that all schools are closed and to avoid traveling on unplowed county roads. In Victorian homes and tiny cottages throughout the village, children tune in to the same broadcast and jump up and down. Some cry out, "I told you so," to their siblings, feeling the sweet taste of victory when they run outside to catch snowflakes on their tongues. Sleepy-eyed kids stop the motions of their morning routines, some met with pause about what happens next. You are met with a similar pause as you wonder about how the day will unfold. Today's snow day brings a timeless gift, enjoyed by all who dare to claim it. And even without plans, you make a promise to embrace whatever unfolds. You nestle beneath your thick comforter and sink your head into your pillows for a while longer. Your cat is happily curled in a ball at your feet. Their fluffy tail is nestled beneath their chin, and they begin to purr as they awaken. Their small body keeps your feet warm on wintry days, and the soft vibrations of their purring soothe you. Your cat awakens and stretches their legs and paws out as they begin to knead at your feet. You enjoy this brief massage and whisper their name. They stand and walk on the thick cloud-like comforter and place their front paws on your chest as they arch their back. You scratch your cat's chin, and you both relish the tempo of the morning. It is a relaxed and lazy start that you both cherish in this moment, luxuriating and snug in your bed, unaware of how much of the morning has slipped away. Curiosity causes you to rise and step your feet into plush slippers on the side of the bed. You walk to the bedroom windows and draw the curtains to look out on a winter wonderland. The dark brown and gray skeleton trees are now covered in a thick white blanket of snow. A dozen icicles dangle from the edge of the roof and drip down like the inverted pipes of a church organ. The pristine snow has an icy blue tint from the steely clouds that linger in the sky. Large flurries fall. Their celestial shapes are as intricate as vintage lace doilies passed down through generations. you hear the hum and gravelly sound of a snowplow that clears slush and snow from Main Street. The storm dropped over a foot of fresh snow, and as if reading your mind, the radio announcer declares that flurries and snow squalls are expected throughout the day. You grab your bathrobe from a hook on the door and put it on. You wrap the belt around you securely, and as you tie it, it feels like a comforting hug around your waist. The gravelly voice of Tina Turner comes on the radio, and you leave it playing softly in the background. You walk down the hallway towards the kitchen to prepare a hot breakfast. The home is designed in timeless decor to your preferences. It smells distinctly like a home you love to visit at some time in your life. You may not be able to describe the aromatic notes or even recall many details, but the deep parts of your subconscious mind are comforted by this fragrance. The sounds of your hissing radiator are soon matched by the sizzling sounds of your favorite breakfast foods being cooked on a gas range. Your cat rubs against your legs as you prepare their food and set it on the floor. The kitchen opens out into a dining area and living room covered in wall-to-wall carpet, and through the sheer curtains in the living room, you see your neighbor Marshall and his son clear the path to your door with fire engine red shovels. It brings a smile to your face as you settle down to enjoy your breakfast. Charlie, the neighbor's boy, is almost 7 and often stops by to say hello. He's a natural-born helper, a trait he inherited from his dad. They exemplify the neighborly feeling of Honeybrook. The villagers live up to its saccharine namesake. The historic village was once a refuge for outcasts, artists, and original thinkers driven by kindness. Those who came and settled in Honeybrook rarely wanted to leave. A 5th-generation artist in the village designed a welcome sign that was voted on by everyone in town, from children to seniors. The hand-carved sign was made from a fallen maple tree and depicts the historic Honeybrook Bridge. Atop the bridge it reads, "Welcome to Honeybrook." And in the rippling waters of a painted brook, the artist inscribed the message, "Be kind or be gone." Kindness is infectious in the village. It's a badge of honor that dampens cynicism and softens the voices of critics. Because at the end of the day, everyone in Honeybrook wants to feel good, and most of the souls living there are comfortable and content with their lives. So there is no room for judgment or comparisons to others. As much as you welcome the help from your neighbor and son, you just as much look forward to the opportunity to do something for them in return. You finish your breakfast just as they finish shoveling the path. You walk to the front door and open it to thank them. The cold air feels good against your face, and you inhale the fragrance of clean snow and wood smoke. You offer them something warm to drink, but Marshall says they had a big breakfast. Charlie invites you to join them in Cranberry Park for some sleigh riding without any consideration. you emphatically say yes. This day will unfold without overthinking. It's a day meant for fun. And while they return to their garage to gather the sleds, you return to your bedroom to dress for the day. Your cat follows you and hops onto the windowsill to watch the snow continue to fall. The cat bats at the window, chirping at the big flakes that scatter across the glass. You fluff the pillows and make your bed, and not seconds later does the cat fly across the room and settle in the heart of the mattress, ready to sleep the morning away. A wintry song plays on the radio, and the broadcast sound is as fuzzy and soft as the sweater you pull from your wardrobe. The sweater is far from fashionable, but it is the warmest and plushest article of clothing in your closet. You dress in 2 pairs of socks and wear thermal pants beneath a pair of ski pants in your favorite color. Whenever you dress in this color, you feel content and calm. You go to the foyer and bundle in a thick scarf before putting on your parka, hat, and gloves. As you prepare to step into the frozen landscape of the other side of the door, you are thankful for the comforts of your winter attire. Not too bulky, the articles form perfectly around your body. You can move with grace, unlike the young tots who teeter on the sidewalk in clothes so puffy and overstuffed they resemble the Pillsbury doughboy. You say goodbye to your cat out of habit, though they are in a dream-filled sleep and do not hear you as you set out for a morning in the snow. Marshall and Charlie stand at the end of your walkway with beaming smiles and rosy cheeks. Your boots grip the salt-dusted sidewalk. Charlie hands you a round sled. You offer to help carry his sled as well as you make your way towards the heart of the town and Cranberry Park. The townhouses and Victorian homes of the historic village are like a box of pastel crayons in shades of mint green, daffodil yellow, plum, elephant gray, bubblegum pink, and baby blue. Snow covers the gabled roofs, and colorful shutters like a thick coating of vanilla frosting. Older kids run through the village with their sleds, eager to be the first to christen Cranberry Hill. A black Labrador retriever charges ahead of them, and a race begins. The children's puffy coats and snow pants flash through the pristine white backdrop in vibrant celebratory hues that mark the 80s. Cobalt blue, salmon pink, teal, royal purple, and navy outerwear is embellished with wide yellow, orange, and tomato red stripes. The colors represent the boldness and extremes celebrated by pop culture. A green pickup truck sputters by, with its window cracked down slightly to defog the front windshield. A rock ballad plays on the radio, and the mournful cries of an electric guitar carry out onto the street. The torrid song adds to the soundtrack of whistling wind and the happy cheers of children that declare, "It's a snow day. taking on the roles of town criers for anyone still left sleeping. Charlie struggles to balance in his puffy vinyl boots, and his father grabs hold of his hand to steady him. You walk past the local library and post office, historic stone buildings covered in snow and dripping with icicles. They look straight out of vintage postcards. On weekdays, retired seniors form a breakfast club, and they are often the sole patrons at the local diner. But on this surprise snow day, the vinyl booths and counter overflow with families and kids who walk to the diner to enjoy pancakes, Belgian waffles, and Western omelets. A bell rings when the early birds exit the diner, and a warm gush of air carries the sweet smell of maple syrup, melted butter, danishes, and coffee. The friendly faces greet you by name, and you feel a wave of warmth radiate from your heart. It feels good to be part of a community. You pass by the general store, run by the same family for over 60 years. Holiday lights illuminate the storefront display of dangling hearts made of scarlet and pink crepe paper, and red velvet heart-shaped boxes filled with locally made chocolates sold for Valentine's Day. Main Street ends in Cranberry Park. White snow dapples the icy blue pond, and villagers clear the last piles of snow in order to skate. A wooden gazebo that hosts weddings and live musical performances in warmer months now offers a dry refuge. The older kids have made it to the top of Cranberry Hill. They squeal as they slide down the sleds and create squiggling paths in the untouched snow. You walk up the hill and feel a soft burn in your legs as the snow crunches beneath your boots. Your body radiates heat that remains inside your thick layers of clothing. And while the temperature is well below freezing, you are warm and comfortable. You feel good. You welcome the nippy air that causes your nose to tingle as it warms the air with each inhalation before it reaches your lungs. Snowflakes fall on your cheeks and eyelashes and melt. Atop the hill, lush needle branches and pine cones of evergreen trees succumb to the weight of the snow and droop towards the earth. The smell of pine pitch and needles marries the metallic smell of fresh snow. You position Charlie's sleigh and steady him into its orange plastic belly. He grabs onto the yellow ropes with his mittened hands and looks to you with innocent, loving eyes. He whispers thank you as you give him a gentle push, and he soars down the hill. His whispers become cheers for himself all the way. You are touched by his youthful confidence and hope he continues to be his best cheerleader throughout life. Part of you wonders why all children aren't inspired to be their own cheerleaders. And you realize the same rings true for adults. Everyone deserves a loving environment where they get to be the best advocate for themselves. Marshall follows after his son, and you watch him fly down the hill. Charlie stands at the bottom and cheers for his dad. The snow absorbs the sound of his tender voice and his mittens soften his exuberant claps. But one need not hear him in order to feel his persistent enthusiasm. Marshall's sled slows to a stop at the bottom of the hill. The father and son look at you and rally you on. You position yourself in the saucer-shaped sled. It's impossible to remember the last time you rode down a hill in a sleigh. You must have passed the very same sled sold at Frank's hardware store in the village a dozen times this winter, without once considering you would be riding on one. Enter the spontaneity of a snow day. This unexpected gift inspires you to step out of the familiar and into the fun. You wrap your fingers around the sled's edges and look at the silvery blue clouds. You take in a deep breath to savor this moment. You glide the sleigh down the hill and feel the fresh powder packed down beneath the plastic sleigh. You feel free, as if you are flying, and you smile so broadly that the muscles below your cheekbones burn. You laugh and feel the breeze against your face. You taste snowflakes that land and melt on your tongue. Pure elation is something you wish you could visit and revisit again and again. In this moment, there are no thoughts of yesterday or concerns about tomorrow. You are square in the middle of the magical now. This snow day has conjured an awakening from the autopilot motions of your day-to-day existence. The feeling of being present is addictive and relived with each time you climb up the hill with Charlie and Marshall and soar down it again. After your last pass, you walk towards the gazebo to a field of untouched snow. The snow rises above your knees, and one by one you fall backwards into the snow and flutter your arms and legs to make snow angels. You look to the sky and watch the snowflakes gracefully travel in the wintry air, and their smallness lovingly reminds you of your own smallness in the scheme of an infinite universe. The afternoon arrives, and you invite Marshall and Charlie to your home for soup and hot cocoa. On the walk back, a snowball fight breaks out on Elm Street between a dozen kids. The village streets have been plowed. Snowbanks pile high on the edges of white lawns, and the young revelers use them to form tunnels and forts where they take cover and store their prized collections of perfectly formed snowballs. Snowmen pop up in front of the Victorian homes and Cape Cod cottages, dressed in flashy neon scarves and felt fedoras. You lead your neighbors into your warm home, and they shed their wet clothing and boots in the foyer. You remove your coat, hat, and scarf, and offer up the hissing radiator as a place to dry everyone's socks and gloves. Charlie instantly is on the lookout for your cat, who he discovers in the living room nestled by a heater. They are gentle with one another, and your cat sniffs at Charlie's nose, tickling him with their whiskers. Marshall settles on the couch, and you go to the kitchen to prepare hot cocoa and a pot of Campbell's soup. You fill a basket with saltine crackers and place it on a kitchen counter beneath a wall of windows looking out on the village. You fill tiny glass bowls with canned fruit cocktail. In no time, the teapot is boiling. You grab a tin of International Coffee's cappuccino and spoon the powdery mix into 2 mugs for you and Marshall, and then empty a packet of Swiss Miss cocoa into a cup for Charlie. You splash some half and half into the mugs for extra creaminess. You pour the steaming water into the cups and inhale the sweet aromas. You top off the drinks with whipped cream and chocolate shavings. You ladle the soup into bowls, and your neighbors join you to help set the counter with soup spoons and napkins. You turn on the radio in the kitchen, and a popular ballad with a saxophone solo offers a soundtrack for your meal. You enjoy the hot liquids, alternating between salty and sweet, as they fill your bellies and satiate you. You cleanse your palates with syrupy diced pears, pineapple, peaches, grapes, and cherries. The fruit is so soft it melts on your tongue. It has been a day of simple pleasures. And after you have polished off this basic yet satisfying lunch, Marshall is the first to yawn, and Charlie follows. It is the perfect day for a long nap. Your neighbors offer to help clean up, and Charlie brings a step stool to the sink as you fill it with soapy water on one side. The young boy is proud to help and washes the dishes while you rinse them, and Marshall towels them dry. The snow falls heavily outside the window, and the wind picks up, whistling through the village. After cleaning up, Marshall and Charlie outfit themselves in their winter attire that is now dry. You remove your socks from the radiator and place them on your feet, relishing the warmth. You say goodbye and promise to do this again soon. But something tugs at your heart, and you know that this day was rare and will not be repeated in the same way. You cherish it for its uniqueness. The numbness from the cold is now replaced with a tired, relaxed feeling in your body. Your muscles feel like jelly. Your bones feel heavy. You walk to your bedroom, ready to drift to sleep. The fluidity of the day means you may sleep as long as you desire. Darkness sets in early, and like the dreamers of the Middle Ages, you may resort to a biphasic night of sleep, drifting to sleep for as long as feels right, knowing if you awaken, a night of healing sleep will follow. Your cat is at your heels as you enter your bedroom and draw back the covers. You strip down to your thermals and climb into the bed. You snuggle together and find yourself savoring this rare winter treat, cuddling with your cat late in the afternoon and dreaming away. The howling winds and the staccato patter of snow against the glass usher you towards sleep. The contrast of the winter weather enhances the pleasure you find in your dry, warm bed as you sink deeper and deeper into the luxury of this moment. Your chest rises and your ribs expand and press against your purring cat, and you sigh, letting go and surrendering, drifting towards a dreamy sleep, still feeling the sensation of gliding down the snowy hill again and again. Your muscles remember the feeling of freedom and transition, the same transition your mind now enjoys as it surrenders to silence. Feel free to let sleep cradle you softly, or explore the magic of the next snowy dream. Antarctica. At some point in the 19th century, the first explorers arrived at Antarctica, later depicting the high mountains covered in snow, safely entering the region during a moment of calm seas. The snow-coated frozen region made it hard for one to differentiate between land, ice bridges, and glaciers. But the remote wonder was abundant, with seals and whales reveling in the pristine waters untouched by humankind. Long ago, these first journeys were marked by fierce challenges. But for any modern-day voyagers, technology and modern conveniences have upgraded the experience. And yet, aspects of the journey and its wildness remain, adding an edginess and awe-inspiring experience for all who dare to visit. As you sit in the comforts of your suite on a cruise from Argentina to Antarctica, satiated by innovative meals and delicacies that make you feel tended to, you peer out at the rough seas of the Drake Passage. With admiration for the crew and deep gratitude for the warmth of this cozy haven, you settle into a plush upholstered chair in a deep, soothing shade of blue that matches the high waves outside your window. The vessel rocks back and forth, and while the ocean is fierce, it is manageable by the brilliant captain and team. The motion lulls you into a relaxed state. You are completely present to the sensory experiences that you wish to retain on this once-in-a-lifetime journey. Experiences on the boat since your departure from Ushuaia, the southernmost point in Argentina, that is known as the end of the world, have been teeming with enthusiasm from fellow passengers. A celebratory mood permeates the air, as if coming upon the countdown to a new year. There is a beauty in all of this that comes with your freedom to engage with others in games and events, and connect with an array of kind souls from diverse backgrounds, while also having the opportunity to reflect in the solitude of your cabin. You see a sudden movement as you peer out at the frigid waves and their persistent force with a mood of its own. A pod of hourglass dolphins leaps above the white-capped waves at a synchronized pace. You hear an announcement from the captain come softly through the speaker in your room, inviting passengers to enjoy their performance. The hourglass dolphins are unlike any dolphin you have seen before. Their small, sleek black bodies are marked with features on both flanks. A white patch positioned at the front, extending above the beak, eye, and flipper, and another thick white stripe at the rear, linked by a slender white strip to form the pattern of an hourglass. The ship slows down, giving ample time to watch the hourglass dolphins swim closer, as if to say hello. Whalers long ago would refer to them as whale cows or sea skunks, and while they often travel in a pod of a dozen, you count over 20 in this assembly beneath a gray, cloudy sky. Snow begins to fall, with small white flakes landing on the windows of your cabin. Some spiral above the ocean like dirt devils, alternating between falling into the sea and being driven back to the sky by the polar winds. The temperature remains a few degrees below freezing, getting colder the farther south that you travel. Yet the weather doesn't seem to faze the hourglass dolphins, who continue with their evening play. You watch until they disappear and bedtime beckons. Although the sun never sets in Antarctica this time of year, sleepiness is enough to indicate the time. So you draw the lush linen blackout curtains closed and prepare for bed. The cruise continues its final hours through the passage. As the water becomes quite calm, a phenomenon so rare, the crew refers to it as Drake Lake. The vibrations of the ship lull you into the deepest of sleep. Tucked beneath a heavy duvet and bundled in crisp white sheets that offer a clean yet subtle fragrance of jasmine and lavender that you may always associate with this special journey. The pillow is cool against your face as it sinks into the downy softness, and your mind quickly drifts to sleep. In the kind of deep sleep that no sound or motion could interrupt, your body restores itself in anticipation of the next morning's exploration of a new continent. And while you sleep, The toucan-shaped bow of the ship is designed to seamlessly forge its way through swells and icy waters. Come morning, you awaken to the view of a humpback whale outside the window as silvery white clouds waft across a cornflower blue sky. The vessel cruises by an iceberg that rises 2 stories above the water, displaying bands of blue and aquamarine beneath its snowy white crown. The shades of blue are dreamlike in their richness and vibrance, and peering down into the crystalline water around its base, you can see how deep the iceberg reaches toward the ocean floor. How magical it feels to see what's below the surface, as yet again the humpback whale rises out of the water and slams its flipper down playfully, as if applauding the arrival of a new day. As you take in this morning view, the sun pours its beacon of brilliant white gold light in hundreds of slender rays that break through the clouds. Its light is so intense, reflecting on the pure snow and creating a million mirrors on the rippling waves. Prisms form in the translucent blue-tinted and clear jagged pieces of floating ice, offering colors you feel you are seeing for the first time in your life. But of all the brilliant hues, the variations of blue become the most unique and captivating. In the quietude of the Southern Ocean, they radiate waves of peace that go bone deep with a sense of serenity. The light blues along the horizon meet the rich sapphire shade of distant waves, and the surreal gradient of blues of the icebergs bring an intuitive sensation that everything is okay. Whatever may be going on in your life, whatever thoughts have danced in your mind, now come to stillness. For a moment you are lost in time as you take in the majesty of Antarctica, framed by the windows of your cabin. You prepare for the day, dressing in clothes specially purchased and packed for this expedition, about to be used for the first time. Carefully selecting them before your departure, filled so many hours with daydreams and curiosity about a visit to a place where anything could happen. The crew tends to your needs, preparing an array of comfort foods for breakfast before you prepare to leave the ship. To protect the natural habitat, you meet with others in the mudroom to change into protective winter attire in vibrant neon shades. Your boots are cleaned and disinfected in a device resembling a miniature car wash as they are scrubbed with the added benefit of a foot massage. Every whim and exploration is dependent on the fickle weather, with winds that can shift with a moment's notice. You exit the ship and descend a dozen stairs, stepping out into the crisp air for the first time today. You feel your lungs inflate, taking in the slightly briny notes of the ocean and the clean metallic scent of snow. The adventures begin as you carefully balance in the Zodiac, an inflatable, durable vessel that careens through the deep blue water with ease. Clouds clear the sky in this land of white and blue, and you appreciate the warmth of your layers and knit cap as the Zodiac continues onward and the ship disappears in the distance. The wind causes the waterproof fabric of the parkas worn by you, the guide, and fellow adventurers to create a symphonic flapping sound, joined by the persistent song of crashing waves. But beyond the sounds created by the Zodiac, the quietude is otherworldly. It instills a deep, resonating sense of calm. The sculpture garden of icebergs continues to enchant, some displaying mysterious caves and tunnels formed by nature. The intense sun is once more concealed by the clouds, changing the color temperature of the world around you. The Easter egg blue mounds and jagged snow formations seem to glow from within like Himalayan salt lamps. And just as you turn slowly around another iceberg, a landmass appears with charcoal-hued rocks of a beach dappled with splotches of snow and ice. Penguins appear like a procession of thousands of souls leaving a stadium, occupying the landmass as far as you can see. They are impervious to your presence as the Zodiac docks and you disembark with care. With sheer bliss, the young penguins waddle and explore, some daring to leap over narrow passages of water to icebergs. You step onto the continent of Antarctica for the first time, wondering if this is how it felt for those who first landed on the moon. Snow and ice crunch beneath your boots as you walk along the beach, and the penguins squawk and engage with one another, oblivious to you and your fellow travelers dressed in neon. They put on a show with no concerns about their audience, evoking a sense of joy and that this place is for fun. You respectfully keep your distance, admiring the penguin highways that weave through the snow and ice, carved by a million steps of the colony. The king penguins, with their vibrant yellow markings on their beak and near their ears, go about their business. The young chicks have fluffy brown plumage like soft teddy bears that will one day molt to give way to black and white feathers. The older penguins appear to barter and steal pebbles as they forage for their nests. Every once in a while, a penguin slips on the ice, recovering quickly, but revealing an expected occurrence in this frozen land. As you continue beyond the scores of penguins, you encounter southern seal pups that approach one another with the enthusiasm of golden retrievers. Once more, you give the native animals space, watching as the adults pile atop one another with their blubbery mass. The young pups are beautiful, with their long whiskers, curious coal-black eyes, and curled up lashes the length of your fingers. The wind begins to shift as snowflakes fall, brought in suddenly by the changing skies. The guide gives a signal, her neon parka standing out against the white landscape, to head back to the Zodiac. The footsteps of your group create its own highway, intersecting with the penguin's carved path. One leaves their mark without even trying. Soon back on the Zodiac, you are led via a shortcut between two sheets of ice that rise as high as a 3-story home around you. Magical and reflective, the silhouettes of your fellow passengers and the modest yet sturdy vessel appear like an oil pastel landscape. The excitement of the excursion and the nip in the breeze cause everyone's eyes to sparkle and their faces to glow. You feel the collective energy of goodwill and reverence, once more swept away by a feeling of awe. The ship reveals itself around the bend, snow furiously falling and melting in the waves. You lick the snowflakes that land and melt on your lips, tasting like cold, salty water on a metal spoon. The Zodiac docks, and you carefully ascend the steps, careful not to slip like the penguin you witnessed earlier on land. The crew greets you enthusiastically, offering a hot towel and a festive drink. You take your time, burying your face into the warm, wet fabric, only now recognizing how cold and numb your skin has become. How wonderful it is to return to such pleasant comforts, unavailable to the whalers and explorers more than a century ago. You once again sanitize your boots and change out of the expedition gear to spend the remaining afternoon hours gently cruising through the region, never tiring of the newly discovered formations and ever-changing weather and swells. You are amused by how quickly your experience can transition on the ship from calm and serene to a funhouse where everyone tries to maintain their balance. The ship approaches mountainous landscapes with tufts of snow like coconut mounds. You ascend the steps to the roof deck, where passengers gather on heated benches to take in the changing sky. Some dance and others imbibe as music plays throughout the space. You smile and laugh, watching the awkward dance moves that come when bodies are snug in parkas and winter attire as puffy as marshmallows. You approach a spot on a heated bench where their audible jubilation fades into soft background noise, and you may reflect on the experiences of the day. The sky morphs into a gradient that begins with soft gray at the top and the most vibrant shades of plum and magenta that fade immediately into turquoise as dark, smoke-bellied clouds slither near the horizon, with a dark blue ocean below. The beauty takes your breath away, conjuring a deep desire to set aside time each day to focus on the beauty around you, wherever you may be. It enlivens a part of you that longs to feel and experience the sublime more often. Antarctica awakens you to the untapped places within you that stir with the curiosity of a child and the appreciation for this elevated experience so far from mundanity and daily routine. As you return to the dining hall, you enjoy your favorite meal and the special camaraderie shared with fellow travelers and crew. The first waves of contentment gradually evolve into sleepiness, yet you push through for a little while. You choose to engage in activities that appeal to you most, as chances to play cards, listen to music, sing and dance are available well into the wee small hours of the morning. You step out on the balcony one last time, amazed to discover the largest mammal in the world just beyond the ship, the Antarctica blue whale. the slender-bodied whale would even outrank dinosaurs in size. It raises its magnificent tail and splashes it down with such force that you can feel a slight shift in the breeze. Its blowhole emerges, and mist is propelled from it, shooting into the cloudy sky. The blue whale can live as long as 90 years, and part of you feels honored to inhabit the same planet as this amazing creature. Only now, when faced with its regal beauty, grace, and speed, does it come to mind that it shares this world with you. All the while you go about your days, blue whales like this are migrating through the ocean waters, truly free to follow their own paths. Your eyes become heavy, and the chill in the air inspires a desire to change into pajamas and settle in your suite for the night. When you return to your cabin, you discover your bed has been turned down, and a sweet note thanking you for being a passenger, with a promise of more exploration come morning. The ship rocks as it continues to propel forward, and you close the heavy wooden door to your ensuite to enjoy a hot shower. What a glorious treat to get lost in the steamy air and persistent pressure of the shower water in this untamed, icy world. The fragrant, soothing notes of the specialty soap and shampoo provided by the ship bury enchanting memories within your mind. Memories that will be stirred and awoken whenever these aromas grace your nose once more. You step outside the shower. Your sea legs are now strong and reliable as you towel off and slip into your favorite pajamas. The grip of the cold is now gone, and you feel all the work your muscles performed throughout the day as they soften with a welcome tiredness in anticipation of sleep. Returning to the bedroom, you notice the framed photos above the blue upholstered headboard depicting colonies of penguins, and you feel a sense of accomplishment and delight that you now know firsthand what it's like to be among thousands of them. You look out onto the light gray skies, the celestial canvas having changed in a myriad of ways throughout the day, and draw your curtains closed. In the pod-like setting of your ship cabin, you once more find comfort in the bed as the vessel rocks, vibrates, and lulls you to slumber. And you do not know if it's real or imagined, but you can hear the whale's song inviting you to go deeper and deeper down into the depths of the ocean of your mind. And as your mind fades towards sleep, images of Antarctica set the theme for your dreams to come, carried by the wonder and the hope of what awaits when you awaken. But for now, you simply allow yourself to fold into the embrace of restorative rest and bone-deep peace in sleepy, comforting shades of blue. Let sleep weave its spell, or you may drift into the next shimmering snowy tale. The Glass Igloo. Lapland is an expansive region that stretches across the Arctic Circle, spanning across Sweden, Finland, Norway, and parts of Russia. The pristine wilderness offers an ideal location to take in the northern lights. The shimmering sea of white snow features dog sledding and snowmobile trails, where packs of huskies gleefully take off through the fresh white powder. The air is crisp and filled with the invigorating scent of evergreens and clean snow. With nearly the same number of reindeer as people, Lapland is a magical place, remote and wild in a way that requires all who visit here or reside here to be resilient and adaptable. You stand within a sled that glides effortlessly over the powdery trails, with 8 eager huskies leading the way with boundless energy. Upon arriving at the husky farm, your pack could not wait to leave their paw prints in the fresh snow. Their excited yips were soon replaced with a soft patter of their paws, crunching in the snow as they cut a new trail through the snow-laden landscape. As you stand in the sled, gloved hands gripping the sturdy wooden rail, you are dressed in more layers than you have ever worn. With 2 pairs of socks, thermals, a sweater, pants, and a snowsuit, the heavy winter attire protects you from the cutting wind. Before embarking on this adventure, a sense of curiosity and bliss coursed through your veins, and your heart was warmed by the sweetness of the huskies, who allowed you to run your fingers through their thick and soft fur to bond before taking off to explore the region. You follow behind a guide named Ilona and her pack of huskies, but your fleet is so well trained that they could lead you through much of the region without any guidance. Ilona turns her head back every now and then to check in with you. Her pride in the dogs and this land emanating from her complacent face, colored cherry red by the cold. The nip in the air adds a delightful sharpness to the senses, heightening your awareness of every breath. There is a quiet stillness out here as the heavy layers of snow absorb the sounds. The evergreen trees and shrubs, adorned with a thick coating of snow, stand majestically even as their branches bow under the weight. The scent of conifers fills the air and your tingling nose as you make your way through a breathtaking landscape of whites and blues that seem to go on forever. The dogs take this welcome adventure at least once daily and lead you to the edge of an icy blue frozen lake. On the frozen expanse of the lake, a community of avid ice fishermen has taken residence, their camps and tents scattered like unique game pieces across an icy board. Bundled in layers that double their size, they lumber slowly, protected against the winter chill. Many are locals, yet some are visitors from around the world who came to engage in the timeless tradition of ice fishing, transforming the frozen lake into a hub of activity. Each fisherman's setup is personalized and designed to their preferences, adding vibrant pops of color to the whites, blues, and grays of winter. Small temporary shelters dot the landscape, some made of thick canvas, while others resemble wooden structures atop skis. These ice shanties, adorned with various flags and markers, some of which represent the superstitions of their owners, shield the fishermen from the biting cold. Ice augers pierce through the frozen lake, creating perfect circles for angling. Fishing rods stand tall, their lines disappearing into the icy depths. Skinny black smoke trails squiggle towards the snow clouds, some coming from fire pits on the ice, meant to keep the fishermen warm, while thicker smoke plumes escape huts where the fresh catches of the day are smoked and preserved. The huskies slow down, sniffing the air for the savory notes of smoked fish, and you sense the encampment knows these dogs well. Around the fires, camaraderie blossoms as fishermen swap stories and await for nibbles on their lines. They notice you and the dogs, and a man and his teenage son approach the lake's edge with a smile. Ilona and her pack come to a stop as your dogs yip enthusiastically as the men gesture towards folded waxed paper containing pieces of fish for the pack. You gently pull the reins, nodding as you say of course, and come to a stop. You watch as the huskies enjoy these smoked delicacies as steam rises from the treats, evaporating into the frigid air. The man and his son return to their encampment, and you feel touched by the simple interaction of kindness, imagining how much kindness and community have allowed souls to exist and thrive in the Arctic wilderness. The scene on the lake tells timeless stories of tradition, camaraderie, and survival. Once finished with their treats, the dogs are ready to take off once more. Their paws create a rhythmic beat as they glide over the frozen earth, leaving a trail of imprints behind them. In the distance, you spot other dog sledders and snowmobiles, their silhouettes weaving through the snowy trails and backdrop of pine trees. As you continue your dog sledding expedition, trailing just behind the guide at a zesty pace, you are taken by a feeling of sheer aliveness. The cold air on your face, the muffled sounds of the dogs, and the pristine winterscape unfolding before you feel like a dream, lulling you with tranquil exhilaration. In this moment, surrounded by the untouched beauty of Lapland, you find serenity and joy in the embrace of this Arctic land. But the excursion becomes even more enjoyable as you ponder the cozy amenities that await your return to Aurora Ranch. The dogs lead you back to the husky farm, passing by rustic huts and cabins along the trail. Daylight is available, but for a few hours this time of year, promising a dark canvas of sky in the season of the northern lights. As the huskies joyfully return to their rustic barn, their energetic barks fill the crisp winter air, and Ilona gestures to slow them down. The dogs easily give in to your guidance, coming to a stop so you may disembark. Ilona skillfully helps each husky out of their dog sledding gear, her hands moving deftly as she loosens leather straps and removes harnesses. The pups run in a line through the barn doors after she opens them, and you help to carry and hang the gear on cast iron hooks on a shelf made of reclaimed wood. The dogs, grateful for their freedom, wag their tails and nuzzle Ilona and you, their energy becoming more subdued as they settle into the cozy barn. Guided by the soft glow of lanterns, you follow Ilona to help feed the huskies. The air is thick with a sweet scent of hay, and the warmth envelops you. The huskies lap water from a large basin and then obediently sit and wait patiently for their dinner. You help Ilona prepare their meals in silver bowls, placing them in a long row as the dogs continue to wait, and their tails eagerly brush against the dusty barn floor. They look to Ilona with sparkling eyes, licking their lips and waiting for the cue. And once all the bowls are in line, she snaps her fingers and gestures to their food. Each husky finds their bowl and devours the nutritious meals, eagerly lapping the metal clean as their tags jangle and cause the bowls to sing. The dry air of the barn soon becomes too warm as you stand there in all your winter layers. Yet you hang out for a few more minutes to say goodbye to your new canine friends. Sleepiness takes hold, and the huskies settle into their individual wooden crates, each adorned with a thick plaid faux sheepskin blanket. Their sighs and low moans reveal contentment as they get comfortable in their man-made dens. You thank Ilona for her hospitality, and she smiles, her piercing blue eyes meeting yours as she wishes you a good night. You exit the barn and make your way to the arrow-marked path that leads you back to your accommodations. The wooden sign, burned with the words, "The Glass Igloos," points in the right direction as snow falls gently around, causing a tranquil spell on the dark landscape. The snow reflects shades of blue, and the plowed path is illuminated by snow-dusted lanterns made sturdy enough to withstand the Arctic winds. As the winds whistle and whip around you, you make your way slowly, feeling like a marshmallow in your winter layers as you find your balance with each bouncy step of your rubber-soled boots. The soft amber glow of a dozen glass igloos lights up the darkness beyond a clearing in the snow-laden conifers. They offer a dreamy oasis in the snow, a magical storybook experience that brings a smile to your face despite the chill. You follow the path to your glass igloo, which, like all of the accommodations, has been given a theme and name. Yours is called the Lingonberry Igloo. You find this name burned into another wooden sign placed before the glass dome. You stomp your feet, freeing your boots of snow before you step inside. The thermal glass dome maintains a warm, cozy temperature while offering breathtaking views of rolling hills of sparkling white snow and silhouetted trees against the night sky. The Glass Igloo smells of cinnamon and lingonberries, cozy armchairs, and a thick comforter on the four-poster bed made of knotty wood beams are in the rich red hues of the native berries. In the comfort of your igloo, you shed your snowsuit, sweater, and pants and hang them in a pine closet near the sauna and ensuite. Before settling in for the night, the allure of a private hot tub buried in the snow inspires you to change into swimwear for a luxurious dip in the massaging waters. Room service will deliver a delicious meal upon your return, something you look forward to. Wrapped tightly in a terry cloth robe and winter boots, you step out into the quietude of the night. You navigate the winding path in the snow for a few dozen feet, led by a lantern strung from a wooden pole. You press a button on this pole, and the hot tub cover disappears like an accordion door, revealing the bubbling turquoise water surrounded by mounds of snow. You remove and stow your bathrobe in a wooden box where fresh towels are folded and kept dry. Snowflakes land on your bare skin, surprising you with a playful chill that turns into laughter at the silliness of the moment. You revel in how delightfully strange it feels to be in the middle of the Arctic in such a remote place, ready to indulge in one of the most soothing modern amenities. You lower yourself into the steamy water, feeling ice crystals form nearly immediately on your exposed skin. Yet you take your time, adjusting at your own pace until you are fully submerged, but for your head. Leaning back against a pillow headrest, you soak in the bubbling water as jets massage your back and neck. The ebony sky reveals itself as snow clouds are swept away by the wind. Stars glitter above, and the northern lights make a faint prelude with lime green and bright purple wisps, a magical promise of the light show you hope to witness on this enchanting night. As you sink into the hot tub, steam rises, creating a warm veil that contrasts with the cold night air. The sensation of your breath meeting the chilly atmosphere adds an ethereal touch to the experience, dance of extremes, that heightens the beauty of this moment. The jets in the hot tub pulse against your body with persistent pressure to unlock tensions you had no idea you were holding. But so often this tension is a natural response to the exposure to the cold, and all that stiffness is now mellowed in the healing water. You revel in the bubbling warmth until the heat becomes too much. Something hard to believe could happen when placed outside in sub-zero weather. You emerge from the hot tub slowly, seeing how quickly the layer of dew on your skin becomes frosty. Placing your feet in your boots, you dry off with a towel and quickly wrap yourself in a cozy robe. You press the button to conceal the hot tub with the accordion cover, hoping to return before your time comes to leave Finland. You spontaneously skip back to the Glass Igloo in a fun effort to expedite your way indoors before the pleasant chill transforms into an unbearable cold. Inside the lingonberry igloo, a delightful meal of local dishes awaits beneath stainless steel dome-shaped covers, mirroring the shape of the dwelling. You make your way to the sauna in the ensuite. Comfortably settled atop the wood bench, you inhale the intoxicating smell of pine. Water droplets evaporate quickly as your pores open to welcome the dry heat. Your swimwear is soon dry as you align your spine against the hot wooden beams in this soothing haven. You take a few deep breaths and open your eyes, ready to enjoy a meal. Stepping into the modern yet functional bathroom, you moisturize your skin with a complimentary lotion that smells of cranberries and pine. Your skin soaks up the creamy nourishment as you change into thick flannel pajamas and extra thick crocheted sock slippers. Fire burns brightly in the wood stove of the main room. As you sit at the hand-crafted wood table adorned with scarlet tapered candles, you remove the food covers, and they evoke images of elegance portrayed in films. You inhale the steamy fragrance of the hearty local foods. Eating slowly, you savor each bite in the ambient glow of candles. Peering out of the glass igloo at the darkness around you. As you enjoy the meal, the northern lights begin to paint the sky. Brilliant shades of purple, green, and teal dash across the sky in intricate patterns. Like brushstrokes on a velvety black canvas, they swirl like heavy cream, added to rich, dark coffee. You sip on a silky, warm drink as the northern lights create a memorable spectacle during this extraordinary dinner. The lights dance and weave, a celestial performance that so many souls come to the region hoping to see. During each stay, the ranch staff promises to alert guests with a call should the lights not appear until deep into the night. But how fortunate you feel to enjoy the show during dinner. As the northern lights fade away, their absence gives way to a sense of tired contentment from a day well spent. You realize how tired you truly are, and now the newness and excitement of the Finnish Laplands fades away. The wind howls outside. As you rise and peer out on the wintry landscape once more, savoring its pristine beauty in a mental image that will not fade with time. You blow out the candles, watching small black squiggles fill the air with the smell of candles put out. You walk to the rustic bed and nestle beneath the rich red comforter as a cascade of sensations from the day's adventures wash over you. You recall the rhythmic sounds of the husky's paws, your fingers running through their downy fur, the crisp wind against your face. As you soared through the trails on the dog sled, as these memories dance in your mind, you sense your fortitude and resilience, an adventurous soul who met each challenge with a determined spirit and a well of gratitude. What better way to end the day than with the warm contrasts of the hot tub and the cozy glass igloo that allow you to feel safe in the Arctic freeze. You could not be more comfortable or thankful as your head sinks into the pillows and you inhale the freshly laundered linens. As you close your eyes, the vivid memories of the day merge with the quiet darkness, and the sensory echoes of your adventures linger. You drift between reality and sleep as the persistent whistle of the wind serenades you with an Arctic lullaby. Looking up at the stars through the thermal glass dome, you witness their distant twinkling, a celestial farewell before your eyelids that become so heavy with the weight of the day's experiences they betray you. With each breath, you slip between worlds, the boundary between your waking life and sleeping life, dissolving into the retreat of deep, restorative slumber. The choice is yours. Surrender to the stillness of sleep or float through time to enjoy the next wintry story. Snowy Victorian, New York. Snow falls outside, forming pirouettes in the wind up Park Avenue South, as yellow cabs weave between cars and trucks down below. Elliptical floor-to-ceiling windows frame the picturesque winter scene in Manhattan as you sip on a warm drink and imagine a time long ago when this loft apartment was once a workspace and studio for the Tiffany girls, who helped design and create some of the most iconic lamps in American history. Now a luxurious apartment with hints of its industrial past. The high ceilings give way to lofts turned into reading and dining nooks, designated by purposely arranged glass dividers and rustic beams. Stairs wind behind glass walls, leading to an office and a bedroom loft for guests. Exposed brick walls retain stories untold of this ever-changing space in a wide brick building that has existed since the 1860s. You gather your mug and walk to the bedroom, a wave of sleepiness brought on by the bleakness of the season. It's hard to tell the time on days like these, when the sun never reveals itself. Yet in this frigid dreariness, you discover the wonders of winter, embracing fully its encouragement to slow down and hibernate in your own way. It brings an invitation to lean into the winter of life. A 5-tiered chandelier hangs above a floating king-size bed, suspended by ropes from exposed beams. The room boasts the kind of ceilings that soar so high that even a light fixture this large could not overwhelm the room. The once shiny red brick wall behind the marine blue velvet headboard retains a dusting of time that conjures images of salt-crusted stones on a rocky beach. You settle into the bed for a nap, your eyes focusing on a blown-up sepia photo of the Tiffany girls in a thick black frame hung on the wall. Though quite young, there is a maturity to the women that is further enhanced by their feathery bouffant hairstyles, high necklines, and frilly blouses. As your mind drifts between gratitude for this cozy apartment and this image of the Victorian era, you fade into a dreamy nap, conjuring the essence of this long ago time as you find yourself in 1900. Flurries fall on your wool cape and elegant hat as you stroll 4th Avenue, which would become Park Avenue South in 1959. The clacking of horses' hooves and creaking carriage wheels are joined by the crunch of your boots in the 2 inches of snow that has accumulated, women on the street appear so well put together in their wool coats with high collars and open capes, their hands buried in muffs and their updos protected beneath bonnets and hats. The men wear multi-layers of wool with thick scarves and top hats speckled with snow. Dark gray and black plumes rise out of the chimneys of commercial buildings and residences alike, all in an effort to heat the brick and stone buildings as the temperature drops. The air takes on a unique combination, smelling of fresh snow, burning wood, and a barely there sweetness from molten glass. You take a moment to revel in the purity of the white flakes dancing in the breeze, contrasting the bleak skies and smoke trails. You enter the main doors of the building that houses the studios for Tiffany Glass. The workshop is where dreams become reality, and where the Tiffany girls can be found imagining new designs and bringing them to life, manipulating copper around the edges of colorful glass to create stories in mosaic patterns. Not every woman at the turn of the 20th century has the blissful experiences shared by unmarried female artisans brought together by Louis Comfort Tiffany, the founder of Tiffany Glass. And while their contributions will remain anonymous for decades, the Tiffany girls are the heart and soul behind some of the most beloved lamps to come from his studios. Early on, Louis was a painter, capturing magnificent landscapes around the world. He later became a visionary of the Gilded Age, living up to his namesake of comfort by creating masterpieces for the home that evoke elegance and natural beauty. At first, as a struggling artisan, he found it challenging to acquire commercial sheets of glass for his unique and unproven designs. Early lamps were made from foraged glass, from broken bottles and discarded jars, perfect in their imperfections. But as his empire grew, he bought land in the rural town of Corona, Queens, far from the competitive corporate magnates of Manhattan, to build a new home for his glass furnaces and production. No longer would he negotiate with commercial glassmakers as he sought to manufacture his own. Corona, meaning crown, would prove to be an ideal setting for a factory crafting regal decor. But behind the man, as his empire grew, was the creative support team known as the Tiffany Girls. His glass cutting workshop offered the artistic independence and freedom these vibrant souls longed for, traveling from smaller cities and towns in America to forge their paths in New York. You find yourself within the main studio, where over a dozen young women are caught in a creative flurry of activity, drawing designs and piecing together cuts of glass resembling gemstones like emerald, sapphire, ruby, topaz, aquamarine, and garnet. The floor-to-ceiling windows allow natural light to flood the artistic space that in a century's time will become a bedroom ripe for dreaming. While the sun is absent behind the ominous snow clouds, the fresh blanket of snow reflects more light than the sunniest of days. As the pure white light pours into the studio, you are drawn to the warm rainbow palette of the finished lamps arranged throughout the lofty space. Floor lamps rise out of the hardwood planks like palmettos dripping in colorful glass. Small lamps scatter across wooden tables, replicating dragonflies and a palette of spring flowers. The lampshade's shapes mimic those of umbrellas and mushroom tops. But the patterns are dreamier, illuminated by the flickering light of oil lamps. Geometric patterns offer abstract displays of color, while more thoughtful designs reflect shades of blue rain dripping upon a dark earth. Bundles of grapes conjure thoughts of vineyards by the sea, and peacock feathers on display against fields of Kelly green grass. Intentionally created to emulate the contours and reflective beauty of gemstones, the glass is translucent enough for light to pass through, yet gauzy enough to add softness and an air of mystery. In this vibrant lair, you brush your fingers over a table of fine pieces of glass as Clara Driscoll, one of the most renowned designers, approaches you with a smile. She understands the allure of the colored glass and the desire to feel the pieces and revel in the tactile sensation of each pattern, bringing it more to life. While not the mastermind behind the studio, she clearly is the master designer. Her perfectly coiffed bun and long sophisticated dress cinched snugly around her corseted waist contrast her modest, even humble demeanor. For a visitor from the modern world, you cannot deny how intimidating it is to come upon the fashion styles of the time, admiring how the women even work with their ruffles and snug dresses that dust the wooden planks of the floor. They hustle, even slowed down by their attire, with the excitement and passion that comes with youth, and the undeniable luck of being part of this imaginative world. Clara shows you some of her most beloved lamps. One depicts lush green stems dropping down from the top, made heavy by the weight of daffodil flowers, with petals in varying shades of yellow. she brings you to a design she is reworking that captures dragonflies in summer. The richest of cobalt blues transport your mind to a summer lake, surrounded by trees swaying in the breeze. Her work is so captivating that it allows one to escape the darkest of winters with a promise of summer, told in the emerald and turquoise cuts of iridescent glass. Clara may never know the centuries-long impact of her craftsmanship, or that one day her letters will reveal their silent contributions made under the Tiffany name, but her love of her colleagues and the creative process illuminate her life in the ways each creation will go on to illuminate the darkest of nights in buildings around the world. That's when you realize what you are feeling when you peer into the perfect lamp. A sense of being at home, of safety, warmth, and hope. Clara clasps your hand, her tiny warm fingers revealing an unexpected strength as she leads you through the stages of production. The mesmerizing process unfolds before your eyes as her team swings into action well into the afternoon hours. She leads you through a wall of sketches that hang on twine, spread across an exposed brick wall, awaiting her meticulous scrutiny for approval before being shown to the founder. Some of the images are collections of unrefined dreams, works in progress that are one light bulb moment away from completion. These lamps will be the sources of light that people enjoy in their most intimate moments, alone and with others, setting the mood and refining the ambiance, even when they aren't aware. You watch as a talented artisan, a young woman no older than 19, sketches a scaled cartoon of the design on tracing paper, gently placing it beneath the glass atop a softly glowing light box. Meanwhile, another woman, a widow in her 30s, carefully selects colored glass sheets, each measuring around 15 by 15 inches, adding a palette of hues to the atmosphere. All of the Tiffany girls must be unmarried, some of them caught between the love of their work and the promise of stability brought to women by the idea of marriage. A married woman would be seen making income for a family, a true threat to the male glass workers of the era. Yet as you watch these women in action, their glee is infectious. The possibilities still feel unlimited, and this lightness comes through in their masterful creations. Your senses are heightened as yet another artisan meticulously cuts pieces from the colored glass. She becomes lost in her work, a meditative flow that keeps her present to the moment. Precise and attentive, she yields her power to the subtle nuances of color and striation. In other parts of the studio, a few of the women transform thin copper into noodle-like strips. The copper reflects the natural light that pours through the studio windows, and with a delicate yet purposeful touch, they bend and foil the copper strips around the edges of the glass pieces. From a distance, taking in the totality of the space, the nimble fingers and graceful hands of the Tiffany girls are like watching an orchestra perform at Carnegie Hall. The howling winds down 4th Avenue accompany the sounds of clinking glass, rustling skirts, and petticoats that brush the hardwood floors. Pencils scratching across paper, the occasional tinks of instruments, and the sighs of relief and squeals of enthusiasm that come from the female team. You appreciate this era where every detail matters, and the lasting impressions of beauty will make the world a more vibrant place for centuries to come. And each of these fine artisans knows firsthand how their work will become show-stopping conversation pieces, all the while illuminating beloved rooms and fostering a connection to feeling at home. The lamps on display offer an insight into how wonderful the world would be if we all set our intentions and aspirations to celebrate nature and spread light. Daylight fades, and the girls come to the end of their shifts, inviting you to join them for a frolic in the snow in the elusive and private Gramercy Park. An old widower in one of the luxurious homes along the park has offered access to his precious golden key for the young women to take the occasional stroll. You follow the Tiffany girls south on 4th Avenue as snowflakes kiss your face, balancing atop the snow packed by horses and pedestrians. The snow sparkles in the glow of gas lights, the amber light bringing out the iridescence of the lacy crystals. The avenues and streets are mostly deserted, the chaotic city's pulse subdued in the face of the storm. The Tiffany girls, however, press on, their sisterhood evident in both their purposeful steps and shared laughter that cuts through the winter air. Adeline opens the gate to the park, and you follow behind, looking up at the surrounding buildings. Again, the smell of wood smoke and fresh snow creates an aromatic elixir. You venture behind the cast iron fence into the exclusive winter embrace of Gramercy Park as you quietly trail the Tiffany girls, their Victorian attire coated in snowflakes and prismatic water droplets. Layers of navy, gray, and eggplant cotton and wool envelop them, the fabrics providing a comforting shield against the winter chill. The soft crunch of snow beneath their laced-up boots creates a soothing sound with a persistent shuffle of their layered skirts and coats. The gas lights cast a warm glow on the snow-covered grounds, and the Tiffany girls gather beneath the flickering lights, their silhouettes forming a graceful tableau against the serene white backdrop. They react with the same sense of freedom that led them to this insular world, spinning and twirling and letting snowflakes land on their tongues. Their laughter fills the sleeping gardens. In this moment, the Tiffany girls resemble a traveling coven, united by their shared craft and the ethereal beauty of the winter night. The snowfall, silent and steady, blankets the park, and they move to its rhythm. Amidst winter's display, tender threads from the holiday season linger. A delicate display of gold tinsel adorning the branches of a tree. The gilded strands, remnants of the festive celebrations, catch the soft glow of gaslights like miniature beacons of hope on the darkest winter night. Each golden filament, thin and reflective, seems to showcase a hint of the Gilded Age's opulence. Against the backdrop of the snow-covered park, the tinsel stands out, a subtle yet eye-catching display of light. Its presence becomes a symbol of enduring hope, a remnant from a joyous time that continues to cast its warm glow long after the holidays have passed. As you observe the tree, the gold tinsel dances in the winter breeze, refracting the gaslight with a gentle shimmer as fine as angel hair. The contrast between the rich gold and the pearly white snow as it puts on a sparkling light show, is a reminder that even in the midst of the darkest and longest night, traces of light and hope endure. As you watch this occur, you see how each of these women may find inspiration for Tiffany lamp designs in the most unexpected places. The time nears to say goodnight, and the young women embrace you and then begin to fade one by one into the snowy setting, their figures becoming mere silhouettes against the winter night. The passage of time becomes fluid, and with each departure, you sense a subtle transformation. The snowy surroundings blur, and suddenly you find yourself back at the Tiffany Studios in the present, in a loft apartment, nestled comfortably in the suspended bed. Outside, the afternoon snowfall has ramped up into a mesmerizing blizzard, a force of nature obscuring the city lights and street below in a blanket of white. Flames continue to flicker and dance in the fireplace, and the tiredness from the day lingers. And this will become one of those unusual experiences you may not have had since childhood, as your nap seamlessly transitions into a night of deep sleep. The muffled sounds of the blizzard outside drown out the sounds of a city subdued by the storm. Before closing your eyes and taking your mind's invitation to sleep once more, you notice a glint on the pillow, an unexpected gold strand of tinsel, a silent reminder of the magical encounter in Gramercy Park. It sparkles softly, reflecting the ambient glow from the streetlights filtering through the snowstorm outside. As you run your finger down the strand and watch it wiggle, the mystery of it all follows you as you fade back into slumber. Visions of stained glass lamps and twinkling snow paint the corners of your mind. The intertwining memories of the past and the present create a dreamscape where you float through time, your whims bringing you wherever you wish to go. Sleep becomes your canvas, and with the artistic pleasure of the Tiffany girls, you use your creative mind to guide you. Sleep may take you, or you may wade through snowy drifts into the next enchanting tale of snow. Thundersnow at Hudson Manor. For centuries, the mystical allure of the Hudson Valley has inspired painters, essayists, poets, novelists, and dreamers. A liquid thread that weaves through time, the Hudson River brings together the bucolic nature of upstate to the soul of New York City. As you walk along the icy riverbank of jagged slabs of rocks dusted in snow, a low-lying fog slithers across the landscape. Minutes shy of the early winter sunset, the wide river and sprawling snow-coated hills take on mysterious shades of whites and grays. And for but a moment, near the horizon, the white gold light of the sun pierces through the fog like a lighthouse beacon before it disappears. The filtered glow causes the snow crystals and ice along the wide, glassy river to sparkle like glittery jewelry unwrapped as gifts during the holiday season. A flock of geese gather near the base of a hill that leads to Hudson Manor. The sprawling estate, transformed into a cozy getaway, features a wrap-around veranda with mile views on the clearest of days. Sparkling holiday lights twist around wide Roman columns. These holiday lights remain into the new year, offering a fuzzy, hopeful glow in the darkness of winter. Gray storm clouds with lavender and periwinkle underbellies roll in, lumbering slowly across the sky, coming in from the Catskill Mountains. You stand at the riverbank, where the cold air bites at your exposed skin. Yet there's an invigorating freshness to it. The scent of clean snow mingles with a distant wood smoke, creating an olfactory symphony that precedes the approaching storm. The wind, with its haunting melody, barrels through the valley, carrying with it the promise of change. You wrap your thick scarf tighter around your neck, the fibers soft against your skin. You bury your fingertips deep into your gloves and enjoy the heaviness of your coat that provides refuge from the chill that cannot seep through all the layers. As you breathe, your condensed breath mirrors the wispy movements of the fog that dances above the river. Your connection in the sacred time in nature fills you with a profound sense of peace and introspection. You balance on the snow-dusted rocks, each step leaving a crisp imprint, and savor this last walk before the storm's imminent arrival. The first snowflakes descend gracefully, landing on your coat. Each flake is a tiny miracle, delicate and cold, as distant lightning flashes behind the silhouette of evergreen trees and the majestic rolling Catskill Mountains. A ferry once ran from one side of the river to the other, and across the way you see a sleepy village with a towering white library atop a hill looking over the riverside park. Artistic, oversized blue and white sparkling snowflakes made of wire and garland hang from antique lampposts draped in evergreen boughs. Main Street is a wide canyon between historic brick buildings and a once renowned opera house now in the throes of renovations. The village is being resurrected and given new life, adapting to another era and all its demands. This time of year, so bleak as it may be, offers a chance to draw within and contemplate change. But in this moment you think, perhaps there is nothing you would change, as you appreciate being on the side of the river, surrounded by a more remote landscape. A family of 4 deer makes a brief appearance, coming out of the forest of barren trees to the south. Even they take advantage of the calm before the storm. Joy and deep gratitude well up within you, a swell of appreciation brought on by this quietude and time for reflection. So far removed from the chaos of the season and the demands of the modern world, you reimagine a life as simple and straightforward as enjoyed by those who wandered this very riverbank centuries ago. It is not lost on you how wonderfully lucky you are to hunker down in the quaint historic rooms of Hudson Manor. What a perfect place to comfortably experience the impending storm. The unique allure of Thundersnow, an experience that was so rare years ago that many didn't believe it existed until offered proof, now captivates your river view walk, enhancing the experience with its electrifying display. Thundersnow, a mysterious duet between thunder and snow, has become more frequent in the Hudson Valley. It occurs when a layer of warm air is sandwiched between 2 layers of cold air, creating an unstable atmosphere that allows thunderstorms to develop within the snow as it falls through the cold layers. As darkness ushers away the grays of twilight, flurries begin to fall faster. The collision of these weather elements becomes a prelude to the flashes of light that soon follow with a distant rumble, a sound that is softened by the snowy landscape that absorbs its low booms. You revel in the beauty of the storm unfolding, appreciating the rarity and wonder of Thundersnow as much as you appreciate the warmth of your heavy parka and fuzzy scarf. Flakes fall thicker, blanketing the landscape in pristine, white, fluffy snow. Oversized, lacy snow crystals land on your shoulders and arms to create a shimmering white mosaic. With each step, you feel the magic of the moment, the connection to nature's raw power, while comforted by the towering presence and warm glow of the historic mansion atop the hill. You create a new path on the untouched snow in a gradual ascent up the majestic hill. It becomes a canvas for your boots, leaving deep imprints with each crunch. Your mind drifts to the rhythm of the wintry winds that brush against your back and cause your nose to tingle. Thoughts of renewal and change enter your mind with a spark of hope brought on by a new year. A fog lingers above the river, and the air becomes more clear the higher you ascend, one step at a time. Another flash of silver lightning is followed by thunder rumbling in the valley. Many seconds later, the clean slate of snow reflects the light, and in this serene winter wonderland, you can't help but marvel at the serenity that accompanies the start of something new, even something that may be fleeting, but exists long enough to create an indelible memory. The river, partially frozen now, glistens in the soft, warm lights surrounding the estate, and you pause to take in the beauty of this transitional moment. Across the river, colorful holiday lights twinkle in the village, and the dark expanse of farmland beyond it is dappled with glowing white and blue string lights that outline farmhouses and barns. You take in the deepest breath you have on this walk, feeling as the snowflakes melt on your tingling nose and lips that form a smile. How wonderful it is to be in tune with the present moment. Something about the nip in the air demands this level of presence as you balance yourself in the whipping winds. The force of nature is awe-inspiring, taking you out of your thoughts with a reminder of how great and powerful Mother Nature is. Halfway between the riverbank and Hudson Manor, you pause and think about the world that existed here long before modern times. Throughout every era, you can sense the gift that the Hudson River and its lush valleys have provided. A resource that endured even during times of neglect. The storm intensifies, and you welcome the rawness of the breeze as it pulses against your back and pelts you with snow. You revel in the strength of your legs as you ascend the hill, feeling your heartbeat and your deep, slow breaths. No storm is unbearable when the promise of comfort and safety are near. The promise of shelter allows for a hope within that makes everything feel okay. You continue towards Hudson Manor, ready to embrace the warmth and history it holds within its walls as the heart of the storm nears. You approach a stone walkway illuminated by shimmering footlights, speckled with coarse granules of white salt, and watch the snowflakes melt upon landing on the path. The Neo-Roman Manor is nestled between two spruce trees, draped in a curtain of gold lights that backlight the falling snow with a warm and inviting glow. The wet stones beneath your feet reflect the light in a dreamy pattern, leading you to the front steps of the sweeping veranda. Boughs of pine wind around the shiny ebony rails of the deck, their long needles fluttering in the wind. You ascend the steps, listening to your boots land on the creaking wooden stairs, the sound echoing the low booms of thunder. On the veranda, a sense of peace washes over you. You feel welcomed home. Candles flicker in ornate antique sconces on the veranda, their golden glow joined by the silver flashes of distant lightning. A wreath hangs above the shiny black double doors. Its classy sapphire blue and gold ribbon catching the candlelight in an elegant waltz with the breeze. You remove your gloves and grasp the cold brass doorknob, pushing open the doors into the toasty foyer. In the light of a fire and more flickering candles in wall sconces, the interior of Hudson Manor carries the air of the 19th century. The dry, welcoming atmosphere is thick with the scent of old wood and history. Oil paintings line the silk wallpapered walls, offering landscape views of the Hudson River through the seasons. Their hand-carved frames, embellished with scrolls and unique designs, gleam in the honeyed light. A double grand staircase rises gracefully from the herringbone hardwood floors, curving like loving arms, reaching out to hold you. You remove your coat and scarf and hang them in an alcove, exchanging your wet boots for a pair of plush mules. The dampness of the outside is cast away by the dry, warm air of the manor. Everything about this dwelling offers a soothing warmth, from the rich jewel tones to the soft upholstered chairs and settees, to the temperature and welcoming aromas that swirl around you as the warm air circulates. To the left of the grand staircases is a library where a fire roars in a brick hearth. Historic black and white framed photos of the nearby village are nestled between a candelabra and cranberry pillar candles on the mantel. You are drawn into the room as lightning flashes through the multi-paned floor-to-ceiling windows that look out on the snowy river valley. Framed by gold velvet drapes, frost forms creative patterns around the black wooden grills as snow flurries swirl outside the manor. You explore the library, running your fingers across the spines of antique books that tell tales of the Hudson Valley. A cherry wood coffee table by the fire features a large book that contains photos of the river and historical references. You leaf through the glossy pages, only wishing you could capture the stormy night and add it to the collection. For no photo contained represents the charm and mystique of this moment. As the fire crackles and pops, and the wind howls outside, you are drawn to a shiny black grand piano in the corner by the windows. You lift the cover and cannot resist trailing your fingers across the glossy white keys, producing soft melodies that reverberate throughout the library. This room inspires a sense of play and curiosity, equipped with the freedom to do as you please in this elegant home. The tactile experiences enhance the moment as you run your hand across a polished wooden bench and find your way to an overstuffed chair between the windows and fire. You settle into it, wrapping yourself in a velvety blanket, nestling in a cocoon of warmth as you watch the storm outside. You inhale deeply and yawn, taking in the scent of sweet cinnamon sticks and pine from a wreath above the crackling fire. The air is rich with history and comfort, creating a sensory tapestry that evokes warm feelings and conjures sweet memories. You gaze out onto the river with its icy patches and glassy water obscured by the heavy snow. Flashes of lightning, now closer, illuminate the winter night, adding a touch of drama. And in this timeless haven, you feel so safe and content that a delightful ripple of energy travels from your relaxed face down your spine and limbs with electrifying waves of enchantment. It may be hard to recall the last time you let yourself be this present, disconnected from distractions or modern devices. Right now, it's simply you and the comforts of the manor and nature's display outside. And as you continue to drift in a pleasant, dreamy haze, a fluffy gray cat enters the library and inspects you, sniffing at your feet at first. She then rubs her warm, soft body against your legs in a friendly greeting. Her soft purrs become louder, and in this warm exchange, you both become more relaxed and content. Your presence soothes her as thunder rumbles once more. A heady feeling of drowsiness hits you with a suddenness that takes you by surprise. Yet you welcome it, knowing this night offers the perfect setup for a night of sleep. But before you ascend the stairs to your bedroom suite. You wander through the dimly lit halls to the kitchen with a cat at your heels. The kitchen is as large as the library, with nautical blue tiles and a center island that boasts a silver bowl of fruit. You prepare yourself your favorite hot drink, made easily with the plentiful ingredients in the walk-in pantry and well-stocked fridge. The array of amenities is as bountiful as those found in a restaurant kitchen. It's fun to explore and experiment as you create your last soothing elixir of the day. The cat curls up and rolls over playfully by the French doors to the veranda, patting her fat paws at the snowflakes that blow against the glass panes. And you take in the scenery once more from the farmhouse kitchen, immersed in the layers of beauty that embrace history, nature, and comfort. The warm drink slides down your throat, and you cannot help but utter gratitude for this special occurrence. Once done, you wash the mug in the cobalt blue fireplace sink, looking out at the accumulating snow as the lightning flashes to the north and the storm slowly makes its way up the eastern seaboard and to Canada. You venture through the halls of the Manor, leading you back to the grand staircases that will bring you to the second floor under the illumination of an antique chandelier. The cat takes the other staircase, playfully racing to the top. As you glide up the stairs slowly, as if in a dream, your plush mules cushion each step on the carpeted black and white stairs, sharing their stories with each subtle creak. There's a loftiness to the manor, with its high ceilings framed by ivory crown moldings that curve with crests and wavy lines like Hudson tides. Every corner is given attention and care. You walk down the dusty blue rug that leads to the bedroom suite, finding every room and hall seems to capture the essence of the river in their own small ways. You continue down the corridor to the north wing, pushing open towering walnut doors into the suite. The walls are adorned with dark-hued wallpaper that wraps the space like satiny blue and turquoise wrapping paper. Ivory wainscoting rises to the middle of the walls, adding contrast with timeless elegance. A smaller chandelier hangs over the king-sized bed in the heart of the room, but it remains turned off. Yet the dangling crystals reflect the amber glow of firelight pouring out of a marble fireplace. Shadows and light dance on the ceiling and walls, reflecting on the dozens of window panes that lead to a Juliet balcony overlooking the valley. In the corner, your feline companion settles onto a fluffy rug as you prepare for bed. The storm rages outside, with occasional flashes of lightning reflecting off the white tiles of the bathroom. The luxurious room boasts a clawfoot tub, rainwater shower, and sauna. The bathroom is a nautical haven, featuring paintings of sailboats at sunset, and beneath a starry sky, transporting you to serene waters. A sailboat helm serves as a doorknob to the sauna, and sconces on the walls cast the room in honeyed light. You prepare for bed, cleansing away the day with a handmade soap in the shape of an anchor that smells like warm holiday wishes. You bury your face in a thick and soft, freshly laundered towel, and then you slip out of your winter clothes and into pajamas. Back in the bedroom, the cat purrs so loudly you can hear her sounds of contentment as clearly as the crackles and pops of the fire. You peer out the windows one final time to appreciate the bird's eye view of the Hudson River Valley. The snow continues to pile high, creating a serene, wintry landscape outside. You draw the heavy curtains closed and settle into the king-sized bed. Beneath a thick comforter that happens to be in your favorite pattern and colors. Its weight and heftiness offer a bone-deep feeling of warmth and security. The wind whips around the manor and through the valley as snowdrifts form outside. Waves of comfort and gratitude wash over you, and you find yourself grateful for the sanctuary of this elegant bedroom suite. The crackling fire burns down into embers as your head sinks deeper into the pillows and the cat settles at your feet, soothing you with her gentle, vibrating purrs. As you close your eyes, you are embraced by a sense of peace and bliss. With each breath, you drift farther across the bridge to the magical world of sleep, finding peace, finding comfort, finding repose, finding sleep. It's time to dream away. Good night.